Good morning, ZBrush Live. How we doing? It's a little bit loud for me, but this is fun. I really like this music. This is great. Hopefully you guys enjoy it too. Welcome to the stream. I am excited. Let's see, I am excited to be here today. Good evening. It's just barely 8 o'clock for me. Alright. Okay. Cool. So let me walk you around a little bit. Okay, anybody here who is new? 9:35 for you. How's it 9:35? We're so much closer to the hour. Let me see. Lower that just a little bit more. India. So like, how are you at a half hour mark? Because that's really interesting to me. I don't know that I don't know. I thought that everywhere in the world was met on hour interval time zones, and right here it's 8 o'clock. So it's really kind of interesting to me to hear that it would be anything other than 8 o'clock. Turn on my curtains. Okay, so anybody who has kind of want to get my headphones out. I don't like having headphones on. There we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah. Let me get my microphone kind of more in a position where it can hear me. All right. That's a little bit better. Cool. So, yeah, it would be about 17 o'clock. Yeah, 1700 hours. Yep. Cool. Yeah, okay, so let me show you around a little bit. Okay, this is a scene that I have started working on lately. As you can see, I've got a buttload of subtools there. But I've started making a ton of progress on making sure that this scene is feeling more like home. If you're on my stream the other day, my personal stream, you saw me kind of put together this chair as it sits right now. It's not done, but it's started, it's blocked in. And then last night, one of the things I did, ta-da! There's my little Kaiju Man monster poster. So had fun kind of adding that in. The posters are actually UV'd, and I was able to apply that texture. I just went ahead and UV'd them inside of Maya so that I had nice UVs. I had everything very uniform and nicely put together. Yeah, super cool. Anyway, and then I got the kitchen started yesterday, and started really kind of hammering that out. I've got kind of like this really nice procedurally done countertop, all done within ZBrush using the micro poly feature. Super cool. I love micro poly. So yeah, that's what we've got going on so far. I got the cupboards in here, and if we look at the cupboards by themselves, you can see we've got all of our, we've got shelving built in. And then I've got, the spots here with the drawers. We've got this all kind of handled. Obviously, there's some space here that I need to still work on. Got the shelf up here where we'll have different mugs and things like that. I'll have hooks on the bottom so that we can like hang hooks or hang mugs and whatnot. And then over on the other side, let's turn solo back off. Also, sink will go in right here. I'll have a dishwasher dry rack, set in like right here, and then got to build in the underneath of the sink. I'll be putting in a refrigerator about right here, and then I'll have like some sort of other little shelf over here on this side that they'll probably use for things like a telephone or medicine, things like that. So yeah, no straight tutorial yet. I do plan on, I mean, this year, my focus has been set on developing a character modeling for animation series course, and you know, I've been kind of building this out in my free time, in my spare time, whatever that is. And then next year, I plan on actually building a course related to stylized environments for animation. So, you know, this is just kind of free content for fun that you know, just free content for fun on stream and things like that. Next year there will be an environment that I build out off the camera, well, on camera, but you know, off stream, for that sort of course, to kind of go along and mirror some of the things that I talk about inside of my character course. So, but yeah, related to environments. So it's really fun. I'm really excited to go through and do that. I've been going through and kind of thinking about how to do this in my head over the last couple of weeks, and I'll be getting ready for it. So hopefully you guys are excited as I am, and let's go ahead and get started. So today, I'm just trying to go through and build this thing out in a way that helps it to feel like home, like helps it to feel like there's a real family that lives there. And you know, so one of the things I'm going to do is inside of a Chinese family's home, there's always some sort of little trinket, some sort of little statue. And one of the things that I thought of, let me go ahead and open it up. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. Load tool. Props. I want to make a jade dragon using a dragon that I've already started. I am super excited about this. I don't know about you guys, but I am super excited about this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, this is my candy dragon. This is my sweets dragon. Okay, he's made out of donut. His body is like this pastry sort of thing, and then he's got like this chocolate frosting over the top of him. And then he's got sprinkles. One of the other things that I have is he's got these waffle cone horns, and these waffle cone horns are drizzled on top with frosting, like this like white frosting. And yeah, so he's super fun. He's got a licorice tongue, you know. Super fun. I built this guy out. I'm pretty sure I built him out as part of the live stream, maybe a year or two ago. Actually, it's probably coming up on like 2 years, over 2 years now, maybe. Long time ago. But yeah, so I want to take this guy. I'm going to turn him into kind of a jade dragon. Let me show you what I mean. So let's go over here into texture. Nope, not load spotlight. I don't have a spotlight for this yet. Output. So you can see, like, here's kind of the idea of what I want. You see that? So that's kind of the idea of what it is that I want. All that food talk makes me hungry. Yeah. Do it, Jan. Do it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab... I have actually 2 views of this exact same dragon. I don't know if that's the same dragon, this third image that I have, or not. It's a lot more... what's it called? A lot more... oh my goodness, my brain is farting. Washed out. Looks like it's the same, though. We'll call it the same. Yeah, let's just kind of make sure that it's more the same color. don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, so with intensity, let's go over here. Oh, shoot. Why isn't it working? Is it paint? It's paint. It's not playing very well. Why isn't it playing very well? There we go. Oh, come on. It's always tricky when it doesn't want to actually work. Okay, I'm just holding Control Alt with the paint function enabled. Let's go ahead and hit the uniform scale here. Okay, so this is just going to serve as inspiration for me to be able to create my version using the donut dragon here. Okay, I'm excited about this. I may have to go through and kind of change his design just a little bit to make it so that he works a little bit more and kind of fits more the vein of what we're seeing in the actual image here. But you know what? Let's come over here. We're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna leave it. Not a big deal. Okay, so we got to come over here. We're gonna say brush, samples, turn off spotlight projection because otherwise that'll kill it. All right, and then let's get this started. I'm so excited for this, guys. I am so excited for this. Okay, so main thing I want to kind of keep in mind, this body, I can kind of leave the legs, the limbs where they are, but I want to modify how the tail is sitting, how the middle of the body is sitting, and how the neck and head are sitting. So like the neck needs to kind of come up so that he's more kind of attentive, rather than being, you know, forward in the T pose, A pose sort of position. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to let's take the sprinkles. I should have sprinkles still created. I just need to make sure that I can get over into, yeah, there's Candyland. Okay, so I have my different brushes over here. That's right, I'm pretty sure I used the Gumdrops one. I'm pretty sure that's what I used. I'll have to go through and see if I can experiment with that. I can't remember exactly what it was that I used to be able to create these. But yeah, then I went ahead and I just used nanomesh to be able to populate that surface. So I can go back and I can recreate the sprinkles really easily. So I'm not worried about keeping them as they are. I'm just going to go ahead and hit delete. In fact, I probably shouldn't have hit delete. I should have probably just hidden it. That way I can at least have the subtool there and have it help me remember. But it's okay. It's gone now. I'll deal with it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We need to go into Z plugin. I am going to say transpose master. Boom! Just like right off the bat, we're going to totally just jam on this thing. Okay. Okay, so remember, I'm trying to keep the legs kind of where they are. Okay. I want to take this middle section, and I'll have to make some adjustments to each part kind of individually-ish. And let's go ahead and drag this over so that I can see it. Let's say bend curve. Okay, you'll see that it goes through and it modifies the whole dragon, and it's going in the wrong direction. So let's just change our axis, and let's just up our resolution high enough that I can actually see what I'm doing, right? go. Just kind of modify these things. You can see there's definitely going to need, like, I'm definitely going to have to kind of resculpt some of this frosting. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Okay, so that's starting to work. I'm liking that shape. So now let's go ahead and we'll worry about the head. In order to get this to go right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to say accept. Okay, let's fix the frosting as it sits. And in fact, we might fix it from... Okay, let's go ahead and turn on symmetry so that we're doing all right here. Let's make that nice and big. Turn off dynamic because we're not going to need dynamic on. All right. One of the things that we're starting to get here that's really kind of cool is like that little wrinkle from where skin kind of builds up on itself. And so I'm going to kind of play with that and try to preserve that sort of happy accident. Yeah, let's turn on, select lasso. Oops. Control A, Control Shift A. Soften that out a couple times. We're just going to kind of pull this over and down so that it feels like it's in a good spot. Okay, oops. Just going to kind of pull this over. Kind of, oh, that got super... I don't know why that got messed up. All I did was hit shift and smooth it out some. Good night. Okay, just kind of spreading it out so that it feels like it's kind of building up on itself. We'll just go through and kind of build it up a little bit. Bro, can you explain your production workflow in a few swords? Do you use the retopo after all, or after just the secondary forms? I do topology when it makes sense to. So usually I'll go through and I'll build up my primary and secondary forms, make sure that that's working well. Once it's working well, then I go through and do my topology, and then really from there it's all topology all the time. So anytime I need to add resolution or add detail, it's all about adding resolution. So yeah, I mean it's super helpful, and it's pretty typical, you know, if you're in the industry, you know, working kind of in that sort of way where you have granted this is a sort of thing that I'm not sure if somebody would build it out in topology in the industry, or if it depends on the studio, it depends on the production needs, but this could be something that's probably built out, the frosting part, I mean, something that's built out in using effects. And so, you know, this isn't the type of mesh that I can see a whole lot of studios really kind of messing with. I do know that I have seen some things at like DreamWorks when I was working on How to Train Your Dragon. There are some of these types of things that we did hand model. Like there was a honey pot that I worked on in the hall, in the meat hall, and the honey pot had like this honey kind of drizzling over the top, or the part where where Hiccup is working on the special tail for, like, the fireproof tail for Toothless. There's that mortar and pestle that I built, and that mortar and pestle had like dragon scale paste residue, and I modeled that in. So yeah, I mean, it kind of just depends on the studio and the production needs. But I think a lot of things kind of like this with a lot of other studios may possibly be built with like visual effects software, so like using Houdini or something like that to simulate and to get like the real goop sort of effect going. Yeah, it's really interesting. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. My process more is going through, build it out in topology, and then do refinements from there. So it's a good question. I'm going to go ahead. Let's take the head now. We'll worry about we will worry about the we'll worry about the arms and legs here in a little bit. Since the nails, the talons are actually part of salud. Since they're part of the same subtool as the body, I can just go through and you know, pose those when I pose the hands. And I'll do that outside of Transpose Master, I believe. Okay. Okay, maybe move it down like this first. Okay, now we can take this. So now that neck is moving up in a pretty decent way, but it's still, I still need to get kind of more of that curve. You see how it's like doubling back on itself. So I definitely want to come over here and kind of make sure that I kind of double down on, oh shoot. Do not mask what you do not wish to have masked. Kind of move this up. Move it back. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my move brush. Oh, let's turn on symmetry. Just to make sure we're getting the same on both sides. Or the same-ish, I don't know. I do want to make sure that this shape stays really kind of nice and flows nicely. Yeah, man, stylized creatures. Nothing like a donut dragon to wake you up in the morning. Okay, let's go ahead and just kind of mask that out so that it's a little bit easier to control. right, so look at that. We've got that sort of thing going on now, and that's turning out cool. Okay. I need to make sure that this head gets up higher. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and we'll mask out these parts. Okay, then invert it, soften it. Let's go ahead and take it up to there. Which means for this, I mean, we might just go ahead and mask out that whole sneaking thing. Look at that. Okay, I think that'll work for us. Let's soften that out, soften that out. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this so that he's more facing straight, kind of the way that we want. Oh, dude, this is going to be so cool when this is done. Oh, I'm totally going to 3D print this. You guys know I'm going to 3D print this. Serulene Llama, how you doing? Oops. Let's use the move topological since this is kind of, you know, close to itself. Yeah, totally going to 3D print this. I'll have to post up my my 3D printing progress on my Instagram if you're interested in following that along. Okay, bring that down. I'm going to inflate this up just a bit so that it feels a little bit more gloppy, like frosting should. And we'll go through and we'll do kind of like a quality pass after we finish really blocking this in, really getting this into its spot. But yeah, so far so good. Now I don't have symmetry on this piece, I don't think. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, I made sure that this thing was done pretty asymmetrically. But and especially since these types of ornaments are always like, they're hand sculpted. it's pretty amazing. I will probably try to kind of add some of those quality of life sort of effects. Let's go ahead and grab this, pull it down, because that's going to make sense with the flow of the frosting. Yes, it is a pastry dragon. Yeah, he's a donut. He is made of donut and candy and ice cream cones, all sorts of things. Yes, he's got like a licorice tongue. If you guys watched, have seen any of my streams from a couple of years back, when I made this, I'm pretty sure I made this in like 2018. It's been a while. But yeah, that's when I made this guy. Is during the stream, so you can go back and you can kind of see. Oops, I don't want that. You guys can kind of see my process in sculpting him, and you should be able to, I believe, see the whole topology bit and everything too. Yeah, I think I'm probably the only person on ZBrush Live that does topology stuff. When I left Warner Brothers Games, that's when I started live streaming, because I did the ZBrush Sculpt off, and just really enjoyed. I love the ZBrush community, and I think that it's great. And so being able to kind of pay it forward, in essence, everything that I've learned and been taught, the ways that I've been helped, it's been kind of a fun journey in that respect. So that's kind of why I do this. When I left Warner Brothers, my supervisor told me, because I also do a lot of teaching, and in teaching, he told me, make sure that you are very specific in teaching them about topology and good topology. And so that's been kind of one of the things that I've very much focused on in the things that I teach and in the things that I demo, is using good topology so that people can at least have that as a resource. There isn't really a ton of really awesome resource out there about good production topology unless you pay thousands of dollars to go to a really cool art school. So yeah, that's kind of part of my mission as an entertainment artist, is trying to get some good resource out there for people wanting to learn good production topology. Do something like that. You see, like having the good clean topology there made it so that I could make sure that these pieces overlap. Now, granted, I mean, this is the frosting bit. It's all just very it's automatic topology. It's super it's super throwaway topology, but it's good enough for what I need. So I'm not really super concerned about it. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so a couple of things that I'm noticing from our Jade Dragon over here to the left. Production poly count, yeah, it can be way higher than games. It depends on what kind of games. If you're talking about like AAA games, AAA games are going to be generally a lot higher in count than something like your World of Warcraft or any of those other mobile-based RPG games or whatnot. So that's kind of also good to note, is that the type of production you're working on, it's huge to really be able to mold and conform with your platform's needs. So yeah, games are interesting in that respect. Okay, let's go ahead and take this. I'm just going to kind of close his mouth just a little bit, I think. Just kind of pull his bottom jaw up just a smidge. going to see if I can try to like pull the corner of his mouth and kind of shape it a little bit. I feel like it's a little bit rounder than what I want. Oh, I'm not even getting it on both sides. Yeah, let's go ahead and center it. I mean, granted, it's not a huge deal that it's asymmetrical. The thing that is kind of a big deal to me at the moment is having it so that it is. Yeah, I just want it to be symmetrical enough that it feels like it was actually handcrafted and feels like it's, you know, like it was crafted. You know. I'm just gonna come down in here with the inflate brush and just kind of puff this out a little bit, smooth it. Puff it up, inflate it, you know. That'll help to kind of close down that area. Now we do this sort of thing all the time where we're building, if we need to build out statues for production, we'll often use actual character models and things like that, whatever we have, to be able to fill those needs. So, like for instance, in How to Train Your Dragon, any of those statues, well, except for with, you know, there was a meat hall statue that I built that was not built out like this, using a base mesh. That was built from a sphere. But like for instance, in the middle of Burke, there's a big old statue of Stoic, and Stoic has, you know, whoever modeled that statue went through and used the actual Stoic model, posed him, and then built him out to be more statue-like. Okay. Yes, I believe I did. I believe I did model this on stream. You'll have to probably go through and kind of search to. Yeah, let's get the resolution down. But yeah, you have to search to know for sure. But yeah, being able to use different techniques, anything that you know of, anything that you can do, to be able to get the effect that you're looking for. You know, don't be afraid to experiment and reach out and learn new things. The other day, that character modeling for production, for animation course that I've been working on, it was something I wanted to learn more on the shading side, to be able, in order to be able to provide that information packaged up nicely with the texturing side of that course when I released that part. And it was all about creating translucency with my shaders, and I wanted to know how to control it, what the different parts of it were, and so I looked through a couple of tutorials, and one of them was creating this jade dragon. It was super cool, and I had tons of fun with it. But yeah, I love learning. I love you know, studying and learning new things and whatnot. It's just great. Yeah. Let's see, let's turn on symmetry for this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep this. I kind of like, because I like the angle that that's at. So I'm just going to take the rest of the this antenna here. I don't know what to call it, whisker antenna, and I'm just going to kind of bring it up and flatten it up against the body. Yeah. Yeah, Cerulean. So, so one of the things that I'll be doing, I have this course that I've been working on. I'm almost done making it, and it involves the full production modeling process. It involves everything from sculpting, and you're going through and creating your initial sculpt, to pardon me, your sculpt up through topology and considerations for animation. I go through UVs. I go through character design. Lots of little things that are really, really important for production, if you're modeling for production. And so, yeah, okay. I was just scared for a second there. I was thinking to myself, I was like, did I get rid of the sprinkles before I brought it into T-pose or after? I was a little bit nervous for a second there. Anyway. So yeah, it's the kind of course that I wish that I had available to me when I was going to school. But there wasn't such a thing back then. So yeah, wondering if this would be animated. This would more likely be made in more stretched out form, so it's easier to add the rig to it. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm actually posing it. So yeah, I mean, this is not. When I started, it looked like this. This is how it started off, and then I went through and kind of posed them out. And the idea is to make them into this. But obviously, my version, right? So, fun. So, you don't like to learn new things. You like vintage things, but reminds me about past good times. I'm not sure I understood that. I love learning new things. Like learning is my cup of tea. Okay, let's make sure that that's centered, and let's go through. We'll say bend curve, and I'm going to go ahead and take these and start moving the tail into position. It's like this is one of the most useful things you can do, is use deformers when you're trying to pose things. It's so stupid simple, but it's amazing. Okay, I think the tail feels like it's a little bit higher than I want. I don't want it to be higher than the head. You have a spreadsheet just to organize all the tutorials. Yeah, I don't, but that's an interesting way to kind of keep yourself organized and prioritize. You know what? I do kind of want a longer tail. Let's pull this in like this. Now, one of the things that I do not know, okay, like I don't know what kind of symbolism there is to this particular dragon. I don't know what the orb means. I mean, I suspect it kind of relates to like the oh my goodness, I can't remember what the orbs are called from Dragon Ball Z. But like they've got like the cool orbs there. I wonder if it's like the like orb of power or something. Yeah, I don't know. Let's kind of pull it back a little bit. But that like super doubles over. I kind of want to like, let's push this just a little bit more. There we go. I can dig that. Let's just kind of pull it out of symmetry. There we go. Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take all that in a bag of chips. How about that? Yeah. Okay. I like that stylized break in the shape there. So, it's really fun. The orb symbolizes a scoop of ice cream, clearly. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yes, actually, I am building out an environment. Let me show you kind of what it is that I've got going on here. I've got this environment that I've started. Okay, I've got a pretty good amount of work ahead of me, but I've also gotten a lot done here. So what this Jade Dragon is for is it'll probably just be an ornament that is either here on this entry table. Actually, I'm thinking I might on that entry table make like a porcelain dish, like where people can put their keys or whatever. I'd rather make like a hanging hook next to the door. I don't know. I haven't decided on that yet. Or I'll put the dragon up here on top or inside of this display case. But yeah, I mean this has been fun. It's been a great project so far. I'm having a great time. Need to make the head bigger and arms tinier. Maybe. Let's check that out. Let's see. Because I mean, really, I like the proportions, but I think you're right. Like making it kind of more toy-like proportions. I think that's a good idea. I think that's worth playing with. Here's what we'll do. We'll grab. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and unmask that. Unmask that and that. Okay, I think I got everything. Okay, this antenna, I think what I want to do, all right, let's go ahead and I'm going to mask it, or sorry, unmask it. Because and I'll modify it by itself. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead, invert this. And I like that idea. Let's go ahead and let's boost up the scale of this head. Let's make sure that my symmetry is on so that we can keep things looking good. I think that boosting that head size a bit is definitely a good call. Kind of hide that mask. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. I like that a lot. That is a good call. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and select these whiskers. I'm going to kind of scale them out just a little bit, so that it's a little bit more, I suppose, uniform. You know, more imitating the scale of the head a little bit, you know. Okay, cool. So far, we've got that going on. I'm trying to debate whether to keep the horns or to make them different. Salut tout le monde. Salut mon ami. Je parle un peu de français, mais juste un tout. Juste un peu de français. Let's come over here. I'm just going to kind of smooth that out a little bit. Yeah, I don't speak much French. I struggle with it, but I'm trying to learn. I like it. It's so hard though. Oh my goodness. French is such a hard language. I really enjoy learning language though, because it's just a challenge. It's a challenge, you know? It's the kind of challenge that you don't get with just anything, you know? Okay, I think with the legs, let me see. Turn on symmetry. Okay, so it looks like the talons are probably different polygroup, which means they're different. They're a different subtool. So maybe I'll just go ahead and pose the feet here. I'm gonna lengthen out. Lengthen out the legs a little bit, and then kind of boost the feet size a little bit. Got to do something similar over here on the arms. The arms themselves feel kind of puny. So what we'll do, let's turn on local symmetry. Hopefully I don't mess up my center line too much. Let's go Control A, just so we make sure we keep that center line in the center. Hey Alex, I'm doing pretty well. How you doing? Oh yeah, Dodruku. Yeah, sorry, I missed your message too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. How you doing? You guys ready for some good ZBrushing? Okay, just trying to mask out just little bits at a time. And then in doing this, I can go through and kind of, you know, boost up scale of different parts rather than boosting up the scale of everything at the same time. Just kind of smooth that out just a little bit, just to kind of even out the topology. Lots to do on this, but it's coming along pretty nicely. How long have we been going? It's almost 9 o'clock, so we've only been going for about an hour. Did you use ZSketch to make the melted part of the head? No. I've actually, I think I tried diving into ZSketch back when I was new to ZBrush, back like 2012. Sometime around there probably. But I didn't like it. So I didn't really do much of anything with it. There are a lot of things that you can do with it, and you're absolutely right. That's definitely a use for it. You could use it to do this sort of thing. But yeah, it just wasn't a methodology that I really enjoyed. So I've really only used it a couple of times trying to figure it out. And then I just kind of put it on the shelf. I don't even remember how to use it really. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to apply this pose to the original model so that we can go on and kind of, you know, save our progress. So let's go up. Let's say T-post sub T. Ho ho ho. Wow. How did that happen? Oh man, look at that. So, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to save this. Looks done, yeah. It is definitely 3D print ready. Let's go say Jade Dragon 2. This is no longer the T-pose mesh. Oh, in fact, Jade Dragon 2. Okay. I'm just gonna go through and make sure that I don't have too many. So do the deformers in T-pose ruin that then? That's something I didn't know. I was pretty sure I'd used it before. That's a bummer. Dang. That needs to be fixed. That's something that needs to be fixed. Of course, I'm also using the not updated version of ZBrush. I haven't downloaded 2021.5 yet. Let me see. Where am I going? Props. That's where it is. And then Jade Dragon. It was the T-pose mesh one. Let's just delete that old file so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay. And then once I'm done kind of going through and kind of posing this guy, I'll probably go ahead and use him to create another poster, like what I was showing you guys for Kai's bedroom. I went in and I inserted my my Creature from the Black Lagoon kaiju poster. It's super cool. Super excited about that. And then I have, just the other posters with topology mesh so that they can see, so we can see that those posters are not done yet. So, scale detail, no. So what this dragon is intended to be made of is donut. He's supposed to be a donut dragon. So yeah, so he won't have any scales. He will have sprinkles along this top chocolate covering layer. But yeah, no scales. I did think about it, but when I was sculpting out the reason why he's made out of a donut is because when I originally created him, it was for kind of more of a Candyland sort of themed scene. That's something that people voted for over on my Instagram, and it was just too funny, so I went ahead and I went with it as like a Candyland themed environment. And as I was going through and wanting to add characters to it, I was like, you know what? I need to make some character that is food related, so that it makes sense inside of a Candyland themed place. And it kind of made me think of like Wreck-It Ralph and that sort of stuff. And so it was used that for a little bit of inspiration. But yeah, so that's kind of where this guy came from, was making something that was Candyland themed a couple years back on the ZBrush Live stream. It was a blast. It was so much fun. I love this guy. I think there are things that could be better about his design, looking at it now, but it's one of those things that I probably won't do anything about. And right there, maybe right there. Here we go. Just kind of trying to play with thicknesses and shapes. It's always important to play with these shapes as you're creating something, specifically if it's something that that is new, something you're making up. Yeah, I didn't have any higher detail on my subdivision, so it was really just, I think it may have even just been just subdivisions. In fact, here we go. I'm going to hit reset so I don't have to worry about this being, too heavy of a file. Jade Dragon 02, replace that bad boy. One of the things that we'll have to do is we'll have to go through and we'll have to split by polygroup eventually when we're to that point. I'm just going to leave it like this until I'm done kind of posing in, though. It just makes sense. Okay. See, for these legs, it looks like the dragon has like one leg that's extended back and one leg that's extended forward. So let's start working on breaking up our symmetry. We don't need symmetry anymore. Not on this project. Oh, I forgot about the toenails. Ooh. The last cough drop. In the production industry, is it more common to start with pre-made base mesh, or to just start with rough shapes like cubes and spheres? It depends. Usually what will happen is they'll go through and they'll make, and it depends on the studio. It depends on the studio quite a bit. I know that at Disney, one of the things that they would do, hey, thanks, Zinc. One of the things that they do at Disney is, let's do it like this. Take it like this. One of the things that they'll do is they will do some development sculpting. And in that development sculpting, they'll get kind of like the refined shapes. They'll get everything, worked out so that it looks nice. And then usually, to my understanding, somebody else goes through and figures out all the topology. And then once the topology is done, they'll go through and they'll reuse that topology to death. Like, all the characters will have the same topology, and that makes it so they can reuse rigs, so that they can reuse blend shapes. Yeah. So it's a really powerful, simple way of working. Is using a base mesh. One of the hard things is that sometimes your meshes will start to look the same. So you definitely want to be careful with that. For myself, yeah, I love working with base meshes. It saves so much time. It allows me to have kind of a formula in place. And that's kind of the main principle behind it, is to have that formula in place so that you don't have to worry about whether or not something could work. You know that because you have the formula in place that it can work, that you can figure it out. Let's go ahead and turn on symmetry again. Sounds like they're looking for someone. We had a late night helicopter flyover again last night. Welcome to Los Angeles, right? Okay, just trying to kind of fix some shapes through here. I feel like it's important as you're going along to be mindful of what shapes you're putting in and how it's all fitting together and things like that. Gonna take this and kind of pull this back into itself a little bit. Obviously symmetry is way off. Looks like it's because of local symmetry though. So we'll just turn off local symmetry. We don't need that at the moment. In fact, we probably won't need it at all anymore on this particular piece. I'm going to take this, kind of want to design this the shape of this part of the head a little bit better. Get more of a streamlined shape coming back. Alright. And then let's control this shape just a little bit better. Obviously, symmetry is not my friend right now. We're very out of symmetry now, so it's just kind of a matter of going through and kind of playing with it, making it do what you want it to do on each side. Let me see. Yeah, and getting lots of references, huge. How you doing, Mike? If I were you, I'd be sculpting a lot more food-based models and getting lots of reference. You remember when I was making this originally, don't you? Yeah, because when I was originally building out this Candyland scene, I had big, massive chunks of chocolate next to me on my desk, and they eventually ended up being a lot less on my desk and a lot more in my stomach. That's just where, right? That is the purpose it is made for. Yeah, so this is, I mean, again, for those of you who are just joining me, right now I'm building this jade dragon based off of that, using my own dragon, with the intent of using it as a set dressing prop for an environment I'm building out. And we'll probably get into the environment a little bit here in just a little bit. Depends on if we can finish this dragon or not. Because I kind of want to just power through this prop and then move on to the next thing. But yeah, I mean, so far it's turning out really nicely, and I'm really enjoying how it's looking. Okay, so we've got one foot in position. I'm going to take this other foot. In fact, yeah, let's mirror him. Because I kind of feel like he's almost looking outward, and that's kind of what I want. No, I don't think my candy scene is on ArtStation. I think I haven't put them up yet. I do have, I'm pretty sure I do have the main character, the man with the fish, up there, which then in the scene, it's like this massive chocolate mountain. So far, I need to go through and create more plants and things to be able to dress the set with. Need to figure out different types of plants that I would want to see in there. I'll have to look at like Highlands of China, sort of, or Highlands of Japan, or that sort of thing. And then, let me save my spotlight. Spotlight's kind of important to save. But yeah, Jade Dragon. Oops. Spotlight. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, I need to dress out that scene. In fact, I could show you guys what it is that we're talking about. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna real quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and I don't need to really load this scene back yet. But I guess just to be able to show you, this is the scene that I'm working on stuff for right now. This Jade Dragon is I'll be putting it like either up here in this cabinet, like, you know, inside of one of the windows here, or on top. I may or may not have space for it up top, so I might do it. I might either put it down here, or inside of the cabinet. I think inside of the cabinet feels like a good option to me. But yeah, it's kind of fun. So let's go ahead. Let's do this. I'll say load tool and Candyland. Trying to think, where are we going? I've built it out quite a bit more since I last worked on it on stream. There we go. There's a lot more to it now. It's a lot bigger. So if anybody's like, whoa, that's like bigger, you know, yeah, it is. And then here are these guys. So you can see here's my guy with the fish, and the dragons are chasing him, and you know he's like stepping off of the dragon's face, and so he's got like this little splash of frosting or chocolate frosting kind of splashing off of his face. So that was a lot of fun. Once autosave finishes, I wish that it hadn't jumped in right as I was opening up like a huge scene, because look at that, 14 million polys. It's like, ugh. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, once this is done saving, I'll show you the other dragon, because the other dragon is essentially like crashing into the peak of one of these mountains, and the mountain is like breaking off. So it has little chocolate chips, not chocolate chips, but like little flakes of chocolate chunks, you know, kind of breaking off over there onto the side. So you can see like he's it's just a lot of fun. So I mean, I've got a lot of things that I want to do to this. I want to add in some sort of Japanese style architecture made out of like different cookies and things like that here in the background. And then maybe make some like, you know, really low resolution mountains to stack back really far back in the distance or whatever. But yeah, all these little things that I want to do with this scene, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. But yeah, super fun. It's just a lot of fun sort of project to work on. Sorry about that. I had such a pain. Hopefully it's connected again. Everybody's probably freaking out, like, did you lose connection? I lost connection. What is it? It wasn't me. Whatever. So anyway, it wasn't you. It was me. Crappy LA internet. It's because you can't have anything nice. You just can't have anything nice. But yeah, so Dodruku's suggestion. So instead of having the dragon kind of reaching out and grabbing onto that sphere like this, I'm going to have him kind of like cupping his hand like this. And have like ice cream. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's start pulling this in. just because that goes along really nicely with the actual story of this guy, of this environment, of this characters, everything. Oh, here that's a little bit too. That elbow's a little bit too rotated, so I'm gonna kind of finagle. Let's do something like this. Kind of smooth it out a little bit. Ooh, okay. The idea gets better. Okay, so he's going to be holding out the ice cream. And I got to move that tongue so that the tongue is like maybe wrapped around the ice cream. Or licking it at least, something like that. I got to make that tongue interact with the ice cream. One, that'll make it so that it's much better supported for printing and just being there in general. Two, it's funny. It's like, duh, we gotta do that. Okay, I'm gonna do something like this. Let's kind of solo out those nails here. Soften our mask. Okay. Oops. Yeah, let's go ahead. We're gonna just mask up this way like this. Okay. No, I didn't want to do it like that. Let's do it like this. I keep meaning to do it like that, and just to be able to kind of preserve the masking the way it is with the talons, and I keep forgetting. So, yeah. Anyway, this is going to be epic. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna have to remask that tongue. Okay. Oh man. That was such a good idea, dude. That was such a good idea. Putting that ice cream in his hand instead of... Ice cream orb. That's brilliant. That was good. Now it's funny. So I was listening to this really good. I don't know if anybody here follows Sir Wade Neidstadt. He was a friend of mine when I was at DreamWorks. He was in the training department. He's absolutely brilliant. He's so good. He knows the software inside and out, and he can do so many different really super cool things. Anyway, so one of the things that he was talking about on his stream the other day is kind of, just being able to... Actually, maybe it was somebody else. No, I'm pretty sure it was Sir Wade. he was talking about how sometimes you're kind of in a meeting and you're having, you know, you're talking and trying to come up with cool ideas. Didn't notice this was the ice cream dragon. Oh my goodness, Christmas! Come on, brother. Yeah, it's exciting. And now he's going to be even more of an ice cream dragon. So, so stay tuned. Okay, let's kind of mess that out. Oh, I just got a text from a friend. Okay, I think with these I can probably go in and just kind of uncheck that. The tongue, I'm going to keep the tongue for now. But there may come a time where I want to go through and actually, is it cannibalism? That's a really hard question. My friend is asking me how it went at an interview. It was a really exciting little interview. I'm really stoked about it, but I don't want to talk about it yet. Just know that I would really appreciate your hopes and prayers. Because this would be a huge thing for me career-wise. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and isolate this. Okay. So now what I want to do is I'm going to take his head. Off with his head! Let's kind of... What is going on? Okay. I see what's going on. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. I'm going to say... Let's go like this. We'll say Control-Shift-S. Invert. We can turn this off. We can turn this off. Just going to make sure that that whole head is unmasked. Okay, bring it all back. Soften out our mask. And now we got to just turn the head. So this will be one of those things that's just kind of like super funny. And it's not something that you'll super notice unless you actually look at it. You know? So yeah, this is gonna be fun. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so cool, guys. Whew. Okay, let's make this nice and big. Since the head is turned, I'm totally cool with making these antennae like really asymmetrical. You know, the pose is still going to be generally the same, but it's going to be, you know, a little bit different. You know, so you can see kind of looking through it. Sorry, just how different these two are. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is so fun. Should give the orb an actual face. That face that panic. That's kind of funny. He's gonna have ice cream there instead of an orb. But that's a funny idea too. I really like that. Let me see. Let's take. Oh, you know what? Oh my goodness. Okay, I've got an idea. Because like I had no idea that like I didn't even pay attention to what legs I was controlling. So like the, you know, for instance, I have this leg down, you know, on the ground. It's supposed to be supporting the body. And then I have this leg where it is supposed to be supporting the body. I need to switch these two legs. It's not a huge deal. I haven't done a ton on the legs. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to take this section of the body. Let's mask out the. Let's do it without the mask first, just so we can test it. I'm going to say let's soften our mask so that it's softer, and then we're going to say Smart Resim. Yeah, symmetry map not stored, so it's something I'm going to have to go through and just pose. Not a big deal. I mean, it's not like it's a super difficult thing to do. It's just something I have to do. Sometimes that happens. Oops. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and we'll start with this. Let's kind of move this back a little bit. Like we did with the other leg, we're just going to kind of rotate it in some. Let's kind of soften that out some. And then what we can do, let's grab the lower half of the leg. We'll start kind of rotating it into place here. And we'll just make it so that it sort of matches the other side. It doesn't have to be exact. But I am going to try to make it so that it feels like, you know, feels like it works, feels like it fits. So we'll just grab our move brush and kind of move the foot so it feels like it's standing on something rather than just just having a foot. Okay, so now that we've got this foot in place, which is what we want, because we need to have them so that they're offset so that he's not going to lose balance, right? So what we'll do, I have to keep looking over at my OBS to make sure that I'm still connected because the internet is crap. It just does not like to work. Okay, so this is the leg that's going to be extended back. Oh, nerds. Unmask that. I could come in here with the mask lasso and just kind of unmask a little bit more of that leg. Soften it once in each direction. I got a little bit too soft up here, it looks like. Just kind of rotate it and then pull it. Oh, come on. I'm going to lower my intensity some. One of the things that my mentor, Zach Petrock, taught me is that you know, one of the things that they'll do when they are working on character poses and things like that, especially working on low resolution geometry, if you lower your Z intensity when you are when you're smoothing out, it makes it so that it's not so, obviously so it's not so intense, but it makes it so it doesn't super smooth your mesh and ruin what you're working on. Okay, let me see. Let's go ahead and we'll grab this. Let's invert this. We'll smooth that way. Soften the mask a little bit. Smooth. That'll help to really even out that topology. Just so we don't get as much like artifacting and garbage like that. Okay, let's go ahead and take this. Rotate this just a little bit. And then what I want to do is I want to take these two toes. You know what? Let's do it this way. Got to make sure that that's all masked. Make sure that's all masked. It was. Okay. Just to make sure that this is like going level with the ground now. So it's like really it's like the dragon is walking. Okay. So that's super cool. You know what, I better actually respond to my buddy because that could be important. So he knows he's still my buddy. Here, let me respond to him real quick. There we go. Cool. It went really well, and I'm excited. Make its base an advertisement for a company? Nah, I want it to be more specialized to me, you know. I mean, I've thought about going through and putting in my own logo. You can see my logo down here in this little area, right above my reference. Or right below, rather, my reference. Just right down there. But and I'll probably hide it in somewhere. I mean, one of the things I really like about the base is that it's got like these really cool swirlies to it, and I want to create something more like a fish scale. Almost kind of like the Wi-Fi symbol sort of shape for that particular thing, to be able to make like a pattern on the base. Oh, I'm so excited about this. This is gonna be so cool, guys. Okay, let's get this arm posed. Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay. Just trying to study the reference a little bit. Super cool, super cool, super cool. Dear Mother Man. I have no idea what this guy is supposed to be saying. Okay, let's unmask that. I really want this shoulder kind of leaning back. Let's do something like this. Soften that once. And then I'll probably have to think about like some sort of, yeah, maybe I'll do like another scoop of ice cream there underneath him, because it's like he's got this kind of support underneath his body. That's to help him to be stable, and so that he's, you know, so he doesn't break easily, right? I'm thinking I might go ahead and make that ice cream. Maybe have like a drizzle on top and sprinkles or something. Maybe sprinkle some candy around the base. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, lots of ideas for this. Any tips concerning storytelling? I'm sure there's some super secret sculpt food type art of showing a character's history and intent through just forms. Yeah, and actually I talk about this a little bit in the course that I'll be releasing soon. It's always such a pain because that's all I can say is really like soon, because it's still kind of in development. I'm still working on recording some things, mostly just lectures about character design and storytelling and things like that. But yeah, and it's important to go through and think about when you are trying to tell a story through a character, through different shapes and things like that. You want to think about what you're trying to say about the character. So like for instance, if I want a character to feel aggressive or like they're then you know, you might use like more angular sort of shapes. But if I want them to feel tired, I might make them feel really droopy and saggy sort of shapes, you know. That got really messed up right there. I need to fix this. But yeah, so that's something that I definitely always consider when I'm trying to think about what it is that I'm making is how can I portray, you know, what this character's been through the design, through what it is that I'm sculpting, through what it is that I'm showing. You know, a really good example of, you know, if you look at character designs of like old characters, old people. Carl Fredricksen is a good example because he's really grumpy and stubborn, but he's also old and tired, and so, you know, you see like the way that he, you know, clenches his fists when he walks, or the way that he, you know, he's got this very square sort of shape to him. These sorts of things help him to have history and help us to understand him better. So yeah, I totally recommend like paying attention to shape, paying attention to all those sorts of little things, because those are the little things that'll help to really make your designs and your sculpts stand out. Is, you know, are you telling the story through the sculpt? So with this, we're giving the dragon a bit more motivation for the pose. We're not just having it be this really cool looking dragon that's, you know, holding a ball. You know, we're making it this really cool dragon that's holding a ball of ice cream and and is excited about eating it, you know, sort of thing. In fact, it could be interesting. Maybe to add to the story, we could have it so that that ball of ice cream came from another ball of ice cream that's right next to him. You know, so it's like different little things like that. It's kind of interesting. I'm only just now noticing this little. I don't know what it's called. It's like this little coin boat thing. This little coin boat. Maybe I could replace that with an ice cream cone. And so like maybe he's like knocked over a big ice cream cone, and there's, you know, one ice cream scoop underneath here to support him, and then another one that he's holding to be able to eat. You know, so just little things about design to help tell a story, to be able to help make it appealing. In which case, I think I want to change his facial expression to be a little happier. I mean, he is eating ice cream after all. I'm not being too precious with this. I'm not being too clean with it. I'm just trying to get my base shapes, my base forms and everything in here. Trying to make sure that I'm getting the right emotional read. And one of the things that I can do to kind of help boost that emotional read, I can grab these eyelid gummy worm things and kind of pull them up, and then let's grab the eyes. And by exaggerating the eyes like this, it's going to help to really kind of boost the idea of being excited. One of the other things I'm going to want to do, though, is I'm going to want to create placebo. I'm going to want to create. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I hate it when that happens. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'm not sure what I was going for with that. I can't even remember what I was trying to say. Pre-recorded lectures or a class. So it's a course. It's a self-paced course. Yeah, I'm not sure where it'll be hosted. I will probably be releasing it through my ArtStation store. Yeah, it shows the entire process, and it shows everything from sculpting. Well, I mean, I even go through and talk about like the importance of, you know, what concept you choose, and what to look for in a concept, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I also have some character design lectures included with that, which I may also sell a la carte by themselves. Yeah, we'll have to see kind of how we do that. But yeah, I'll probably sell the different modules by themselves as well. But I'll have the course as a whole ready for anybody who wants to be able to jump in and really dig into character modeling for production. So yeah, super cool. I'm super excited about it. Okay, let's dive back into this. I need to make sure that I save, replace, please. Yes. Okay. So let's do this. I am going to say, you know what? Let's say folder. Let's make this a folder. We'll say dragon. That way I know that I've got my dragon in its own folder. I'm going to say append. I'm just going to select something. It doesn't really matter what. I'm going to say initialize cube. And you know what? The dragon is really quite large. I'm going to do this. Let's say deformation, unify. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay, bring this down. Make this so that it's the little platform that the dragon is standing on. Okay, so it looks like these are different dragons then, because this has a different base than this one has. But I really like that idea. Having the ice cream cone, adding that sense of story. Story and motivation are huge in digital art. Okay. I'll have to play with the eyes later. I may even go through and replace the eyes overall. Yeah. Let me see. You were talking about emotional read and eyes boosting the dragon's excitement. Yeah. So, you know, being able to go through and kind of control these eyes and the eye shape overall. It'll help us to understand more about where the dragon is looking, and it'll help to create a little bit of a focal point in the piece for us as well. Yeah, these eyes definitely need to be replaced, though. Kind of a, yeah, it's not really going to work well for me. So I'll go through and I'll make a new eye for him, but probably not until a little bit later. Okay, let's go ahead. IMM. Let's grab this polysphere. It begins. Okay, I'm going to say subtool. Let's go ahead and we'll say split unmasked. So this will be ice cream. In fact, we'll make this so that it's not part of the dragon layer. Yeah. Making it so that it feels like it works. And since this is something that I can, you know, I want it to feel like it's got some stylized shape to it, I'm going to make it so that it's not, you know, perfectly round. It's like it's got one side higher than the other. Maybe I'll make it kind of pushed out on one side, whatever, you know, just different, pushing the stylization and the shape a little bit. Makes it feel more appealing. And then for this, what I can do is I can hold control, click and drag, and bada bing, bada boom. There's our other scoop. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. Because I'm going to want this to be, how big do I need this to be? Let's put it about right there, maybe. We can kind of fill in that gap a little bit. It's not going to be a big deal, and I'll fill it in once I finish kind of sculpting out the once I finish sculpting out kind of the ice cream part of it, because then this will add extra support to the leg. It'll make it more solid, you know, make it more better. Okay. So something like that. And since this is a piece that's kind of on the ground, I want it to feel like it's resting on the ground, so I'm going to try to make it so that it's more up against it. something like that. And then I'll also go through and add kind of like a whatchamadiggit, like a melted puddle of ice cream kind of around it too. Makes sense. Definitely going to want something back here too, though. So adding in maybe another something, but then an ice cream cone is one of the things that I want to add. So I'm going to say, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's come down here and say rename this to base. Let's say initialize to cube. Let's start building out that ice cream cone. Okay. I am going to, oops. Let's get rid of that top there. Okay, really just like keeping it super, super simple. I'm going to go ahead and say, that's a little bit less simple than what I was hoping for. Okay. Gonna shrink that in. In fact, maybe not quite that much, because it's yeah. Anyway, ice cream cone. Something like that for right now. In fact, we can just go through in here and we can say insert single edge loop, and we'll just get rid of these extra ones. I don't really need all that right now. Okay, I'm going to say crease PG. So that way when we smooth it out, you see that? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and just hit subdivisions once. Delete lower. I don't want that, I don't want that, and I don't want that yet. Okay. Kind of give it a little bit more shape. Okay. Yeah, it's true. You know, something minor like footprints tell a story. Yeah, absolutely. Extrude islands. So let's kind of pull that out. This is something that I'm going to want to have filled in. So like down to this point, we'll go ahead, we'll say delete hidden. Control Shift A, delete hidden again, so we get rid of that inside. And now we can say close convex hole, polygroup flat, lower that resolution to 1, bada bing. Or if I really wanted to make it, I really like the inset. Here, let's go ahead and I guess we'll do this again. And then what we'll do is I will take this and I will say shrink it in like this. Okay. Delete hidden. And then we can say bridge edges. Mirror and weld. We'll say stitch to endpoint. There we go. So now I've got all four-sided faces there. Okay. Let me go ahead and Control Shift X, not Control Save yet, Control W. And then let's go ahead and say crease PG again. Now we don't need it to be like super creased. We can just bring it down to like a crease level 1, turn on dynamic, and then, you know, even just turning on dynamic, you can see it's already rounding out our side there. I'm gonna say inset, polygroup island. Oh, not polygroup island, it looks like. We're gonna need flat island. The reason I want to go through and do that, in fact, let's go through and let's get rid of our creasing. Okay, now we can go ahead and say do something like that. Just trying to keep my different polygroups so that way I can, you know, keep my creasing in the way that I want. If I'm looking at this doesn't necessarily feel like it's quite, oh shoot, like it's quite the shape that I want. So I'm just going to come in over here. Just mask these out. And then I'm going to use the hold Alt and use this one, so that way it's scaling in every direction except that one. Okay. That looks better. Cool. So now this is what we're left with. Okay. Now we can go through and we can model this out a little bit more. Assuming you don't want to render him as stone, but rather candy, how are you going to sell the ice cream? Really, it's just going to be sculpted. It's just going to be kind of... yes, I mean, it will be all a uniform color. And I will be kind of more trying to sell him as jade. The material is something that I'll be going through and developing more in Maya, so it's not really something that will be. I need to go ahead and check the stream schedule just to make sure that I'm okay to continue for a little bit, because I don't want to encroach on somebody else's. I'll go ahead and I'll drag you guys over onto the other screen so you guys can see it too. Let me see, ZBrush Live. Pardon. Let's go to the calendar. Okay, yeah. So Sakaki is on at 5 o'clock this evening, live from Tokyo. Ice Cream Dragon seems marketable. I agree. Okay, for this, let's see. I'm going to say insert. Do something like that. A pattern down here on the cone. I think I might just go ahead and... The game is over? Which game are you referring to? I think I just lost the game. Okay, put something like that right there. Put something like this right there. Man, I keep like double tapping the stuff for some reason. I'm not sure why. Let's see, I'm going to say crease, edge loop partial. Crease that. And then right here I can say scale, edge loop partial. Okay, so I should get some cool like roundness there. Let's see, let's say slide, because these are going to be such small details. We need to really kind of bump these up. come on, scale, edge loop partial, great. Just gonna pump those up. Okay, that looks much more like an ice cream cone. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to take this this polygroup island. I'm going to say scale polygroup island to polygon center, so that way it kind of scales in on itself rather than. Here, let's go ahead. Let's scale some of these things. Now I'm not trying to make it so that it feels. He had a 7-year streak with the game. Game over, man. I am going to insert an edge loop down here and here just to kind of support that edge a little bit better. I do like the idea of that edge being a little bit crisper. Yeah, it's funny. It's like that was something that people always did when I was in high school. It's like, dude, I just lost the game. And it's like, what game? Oh, I just lost the game. No, you made me lose the game too. It's funny. It's funny. It might be one of those like you had to have been there, but it's funny. Okay, here we go. Let's take this cone down, shrink it some, and then I want to rotate it so that each of these corners is touching at the same time. Or at least close enough that I can kind of fill it in with whatever I'm going to fill it in with. There we go. Then we'll just kind of rotate this. Okay. Something that I want to be aware of, in making this a statue, okay, the talons, we're going to need to change those. Granted, for a digital format, it's not going to matter as much, but since I'm wanting to make this for 3D print as well, I'm definitely going to want to consider that sort of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and mask this out. Just kind of want to take this tail and just kind of give it a little bit more exaggeration. I know this isn't exactly how it goes like in real life, but I don't care. I'm just trying to do something that I think is cool. And with personal projects, that's cool. All right, cool. So now I just got to reposition that hand a little bit. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Mola mucho. Not sure what that means. Just as a heads up, for those of you who are interested in that topology course and that character modeling course for animation, that I'll be releasing soon. I will be releasing like a really hefty discount code for members of my Patreon. So anybody who is part of that Patreon group will get probably about 50% off. It'll be a hefty discount there. Just as a way to be able to say, you know, thank you to those that have been there and part of that group, you know. Because it's a big deal, you know. I recognize that it's a big deal to go through and support artists that you follow, that you enjoy, things like that. And so, you know, just as a way to be able to say thank you back. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's figure out that tongue now. Let's go ahead and mask out up there. I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to say... Yeah, let's use the transpose line. I'm gonna move that so that that's going around. I'm liking that, yeah. Let's kind of pull that tongue over to that tooth so that it feels like it's like they can kind of support each other a little bit. I do have to kind of flesh out some of these forms too. They're getting a little bit too warped. So that's something that we just got to be aware of and careful of, is that we're not warping these shapes too much so that we can still keep a good grasp on you know, keeping the forms the way that we want them, right? So all right, let's take this. Oops, don't want to move it. It's kind of cool having it overlapping kind of like that though. There we go. It's a little bit too thick, so I'll just kind of smooth it out some. Kind of bring it back to something that feels a little bit more uniform. There we go. That's nice. See. Let me see, in your course, will you be covering some more in depth how you do elbow and knee areas? For example, elbows, yes. Since it's a mermaid, there aren't really any knees to deal with. There is, let me show you the character that we built in the course here in a second. Let's go ahead and save that. Load tool. Mica mermaid. In fact, I might be able to just go ahead. Yeah, I'll open up the actual file here. Let's say post 6. I like to use my own files for a whole bunch of different demos that I do for my class at Noman. It's really kind of funny, but yeah, anyway, so this is the character that I went through and built. And as you can see, like, yeah, I do very much care for how these elbows are bent. I take very good caution in making sure that the elbows, that the shoulders, that those are clean, that those are deforming nicely. I mean, you can see also, I mean, I got a good clean deformation with the knee here. But yeah, I mean, really, it's not an actual knee, so it's kind of difficult to relate that specifically. But yeah, similar sort of thing, and all these different little things is kind of what I'm hoping you guys can take out of the course is being able to pose something, make something appealing. Let me see, how to have the right topology flow for them to bend. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, I talk about topology theory. I talk about clean production topology for deformations, for articulation, for animation. I know there are different techniques for them, and different studios have their faces organized differently. Yeah, absolutely. It would be nice to see some pros and cons on those. Yeah, really, I mean, I talk about the principles behind why we have the facial topology going a certain way. I don't really compare it to different models, per se. I mean, I do have a lecture where I go through and talk about a couple of different topology examples and kind of how the topology is laid out in the face and what that allows. But yeah, I don't expressly go through and kind of show different models. I do have different models. Like, I mean, I have different models from DreamWorks and Disney and places where I've worked, Warner Brothers. But those aren't things that I can go through and show publicly, specifically not to profit off of. Yeah, really, really fun stuff though. Yeah, it is nice to see how much a pose can change a model. Tip on the elbow though, I know Pixar has different techniques for them compared to other companies. Yeah, it depends on kind of what it is that you want to get. You're going to want to consider things like what the shape is that you're trying to go for. If you're trying to keep your level of anatomy in there, like trying to keep it so that it's like super stylized, you might not need to go through and model in things like the elbow, like what we're seeing over here. Let me kind of come down here to this lowest level. I have my character is super simple. There's not a whole lot of very tight anatomy in there, not very realistic anatomy in there, so I don't have to worry about modeling in different wrinkles and grooves and things like that. But you can see, like, I've got this this extra bit right here. One, it's to help so that I can terminate some of these extra loops from the pinky and the hand kind of coming in here, so that I don't have to have those loops going up into the arm, into the shoulder, into the head, or wherever else they may end up. I'm pretty sure those would end up, yeah, it looks like one would go up over into the head, which could cause problems and issues or whatnot. So this is just a way to be able to kind of take away a couple of those loops. But one of the other nice things that this allows me to do is to control the shape. So you can see, like, as I kind of smooth this out, this helped me keep that corner of the elbow in control. It helped me keep it nice and tight there. Other places, like, I guess, in the older days, and even with more stylized sort of characters where the shapes are even more simplified, you'll get more simplified of shapes with the elbows. You'll get maybe a series of like 3 edge loops, things like that. But yeah, with this one, this is kind of more a structure that I learned based off of what I learned with the models I worked with at Disney. And so that's kind of the sort of thing that I like to do is having that sort of termination there. Different things like the flow here on the stomach. That's something that I learned more from watching, artists like Dylan Ekron or Sergi Cavaller. There are a lot of different little things that you learn based off of different models that you work with. I do have a Twitter. You can find me in pretty much any social media platform under SMAARTIST. You can see, the little username right down there. Instagram, ArtStation, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all sorts of different platforms. And I'll probably jump on and kind of play on my own stream once I'm done here, because I really want to get through and kind of like be able to finish this project, because I've got a job application that's needing it. So I've been trying to build out my portfolio, my environment portfolio specifically. But yeah, I'm just going to kind of get rid of these extra edge loops. I don't need them at the moment. Pardon. Yeah, let's come over here, get back into props. But yeah, so that's kind of what that's about. I've been stuck in T-pose builds forever. Posing makes characters look more alive. It's definitely true. That is definitely true. Yeah, and it's funny because, like, okay, so just to be able to show you kind of the difference. So here is our character with, the pose, right? Now, if we look at her out of pose, oh, so there's that. There she is out of pose. So she feels very much less alive. But in pose, she feels very much alive. So it's super cool to be able to see. Okay, I better not open up any more. I don't know what that was about, but I've never seen that warning before. Okay. Cool. So the way that we're going to kind of fill in gaps over here behind here with the toes, with the ice cream cone, we'll probably go through and make a puddle. Okay. Let me see. How do you save the tool so it looks like what you have as a JPEG? I'm trying to understand your question. Are you talking about like the GIF, the GIF save? Like, because you can come up here, you can come up to File, Save As. You can save this as a GIF format. Okay, which make this so that it's a 3D GIF that you can essentially, I can say, dragon posed GIF. And let's make sure we're in the right folder. Props. I'm trying to remember what we called it, but anyway, so you can go through, you save that, and then that saves all that geometry data into the image, which can make your image really pretty big. And then you can just, you can load it back in. That's really kind of an interesting, fun way to be able to do this. I don't use that method often at all, but what's cool about it is that, if I wanted to, I could take that image and I can save that up to somewhere like, ZBrush Central, and then somebody can download that image and load it into their software. So it's super, super cool. It looks like it's definitely taking a while to save it out. I wish it'd give me some sort of progress bar. That's one of the things that I really don't like is when 3D software will go through and it will I mean, it'll save it out, and it'll take forever, but it'll, it just won't give me kind of that idea of how long it'll take, how close we are, whatever. It doesn't save out the whole project, so if I have multiple Z tools loaded in, it won't save out this one and the other one and the other one. It's something that it'll save out all the different subtools, but it'll only save out that one file that you have open on your screen right now. So, can I hit escape? I bet the file's gonna crash. Watch, it's gonna crash. Yeah, it does get frustrating. Spinning wheel of death. Yeah, usually time to get something, right? Go downstairs, make some breakfast or something, I don't know. Yeah, it's like I didn't make any breakfast for myself, but I did make a smoothie for my son and my wife. My daughter, my daughter ate a pear. So different fruity stuff this morning. But I have an everything bagel downstairs. Ooh, that sounds so good. Hot dog. Giddy up, 409. Come on. Okay. At least crash. Do something. Give me the courtesy of something, Close the program. Anyway, I think it's because my file was so big. I'm sure it would have gone. I'm sure it would have worked if I had just let it. But, yeah, anyway. The Wheel of Death is terrifying. It's terrifying if you haven't saved recently. And look at that. Quick save. Beautiful. Oh, but it doesn't have that actual file there. Let me see. It does have this one. Oh yeah, but the other thing that I do with that course, I prep the mermaid for 3D print. In fact, I've got all the little pieces here, sitting next to me on my desk. So yeah, super fun, and it's great. Yeah, Russian roulette. Yeah, it really kind of is. Okay, let's take this. I'm gonna zero that out. We haven't done anything to it since, so we should be good there. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do with the dragon. I'm going to go ahead and take this. We're gonna say split groups. Okay, so now we have our different pieces in here. That got a little bit messy. Let's kind of lower our Z intensity some. Okay, cool. With these claws, I'll need to go through and kind of bend the fingers so that it's so that it's kind of like more grasping it. It just feels like it'd be more like he'd be more like enjoying it if he's like grasping that ice cream, right? So let's go ahead. We'll work on that. Oh, but I went ahead and I undid that. Let's do. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Here is what we are going to do. Because I went ahead and took them out of the T-pose. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to say Jade Dragon, but I'm going to make him 3. And technically, I usually want to go through and kind of rename everything. So I'm going to leave that Jade Dragon 3. That's fine. I'm going to take this, I'm going to name this chocolate. Okay, here are the talons. Tongue. I'm gonna call this frosting. And I'm going to try to organize everything so that it makes sense. Like for instance, the frosting is on top of the horns. That makes sense. Okay. The other thing I want to do, I'll worry about that in a minute. Here we got teeth. I'm going to organize things based on where they are in the body. So like for instance, here's the body, here are the teeth. I've got the talons right here, so we'll bring that above the chocolate. The tongue can go up by the teeth. Let's see, we got here's more chocolate, so I'm going to bring that up to the chocolate, and then we'll say merge down. Okay, so that way I've got the, I've got those. Yeah, I do like this music. It's fun. Sorry, it's fun. So this is from a site called Pretzel Rocks, or something like that. It's really fun. It's really fun, but do you ever model in what's Din Topo? Din Topo? And I guess the answer would be no, but yeah. Let me see. Horns. Okay, here are the eyes. So I'm going to merge these down. And I'm going to bring them up in our list. I'm going to bring them above the eye, above the teeth, rather. And I'm going to bring up the eye rings. Rename the eyes. Teeth, tongue, chocolate, frosting, horns. I'm going to call this whiskers. Whiskers long. Oh, this is the jelly on the inside of the mouth. Let's call it mouth jelly. And I'm going to bring this up between the teeth and the tongue. Okay, everything else is already named, so we're good. All right, cool. So, what we want to do, and Dynamesh is what I meant. My bad, Dynotopo is Blender software slang. Yeah, I do use Dynamesh quite a bit. And in fact, in that course, that mermaid, I went through and I built her out using Dynamesh. Replace it? Yes, please. Built it out using Dynamesh to be able to block in all the pieces, to be able to get all my forms in there, that sort of thing. And then I went ahead and did my topology over the top of that. So I have a question. The horns and the dragon have cross-hatching on them. How did you do that? That is a trade secret, and I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you. No, I'm just kidding. Let me see. I've been wanting to do cross-hatching for wires and cables for a while, but I can't figure it out. So I mean, this is something that's kind of it's not the way that I would probably do it now if I were to do it again. I mean, look at this. I mean, each intersection has has 8 points that kind of come together right here. That's kind of a mess. But I mean, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. Here, let me see. Geometry, I need to crease, because it used to be creased. Say crease all. And then we'll just kind of hide that. And then we'll say uncrease all. Okay, that's better. So then we can just go ahead and say bring our crease level down to 1. Or 2 and boost this. That's better. Yeah, so essentially what yeah, but it looks cool, yeah. Essentially what I did is I mean you can see right here where I have like triangles at the end or whatnot. What I did is I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I built this on stream, so you can go back and rewatch it if you wanted to, and correct me later. But what I wanted to do is I took the mesh, and then I took the yeah, exactly, like a waffle cone. I took the edges and then spun them so that they were diagonal instead of horizontal and vertical. And then I was able to kind of just extrude all the faces in. It's interesting and it worked, but it was definitely one of those things that definitely kind of messy. But whatever. I mean, you can see. I mean, I drew it out of this. I used the curve brush, I think, to be able to pull that out, the base shape, and then I went through and started kind of turning my topology with the brush, So it was kind of interesting. It was really fun. Can you ask a question? Of course. Okay, let's take this over into the T-pose so that we can, or transpose master rather. Okay. It's time to get these fingers to bend. Here, let's invert our visibility so that way we can see what it is that we're doing. I'm going to want to work on these probably one at a time. I did see Klaus. It was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't my favorite film, but it was good. Yeah, I saw that. Was it last year that it came out? Here, let me see. Let's get to our Mask Lasso. And then we'll just kind of pull that up and in. Kind of rotate it a little bit, and then we can just use the move brush to kind of pull that in more, just so that it's connected. Gotta pull the finger out some. This will help it to feel like knuckles are there and things like that. The other thing that I want to do is just kind of make sure that it feels like it's supporting. Oops. Pull that in a little bit more. There we go. That's a little bit better right there. On to the next one. Let's do it like this. All right, look at that. Yeah. Okay, definitely starting to feel like he's like grasping that ice cream. I was more impressed by the animation style than the actual story itself. Yeah, they did a pretty good job with the animation. What level of character design we should put for an entry-level position in the industry? In any case, my suggestion is to put forward something professional. Like to me, it doesn't really matter if you're going for a senior position or an entry-level position. You want to always be shooting to make your work professional level, like senior level. You want to be showing the absolute best work that you can, and have the absolute best quality work that you can have, that you can show. Because people will go through and say, just compete with yourself. Don't worry about others. Don't compare yourself to others. And it's like, yeah, you kind of have to. In order to make it anywhere in this industry, you have to be able to compare yourself to others. You have to understand that this industry is really small. And yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. There are a lot of places to work. There are a lot of jobs to be had. But there are a lot of people shooting for those jobs because everybody wants to be an artist. And so in order to really get those jobs, even an entry-level position, you think about it, there are a lot of people that are industry professionals like myself, and we have jobs teaching people, and we put out a lot of students every year. And so every year you get a new batch of people that you're competing with for your jobs. So yeah, that's just something to kind of keep in mind, is that you do want to be competitive with your work that you put out. Paper Communist Dragon. Yeah, I didn't really appreciate that that comment. But yeah, whatever. I don't really have a bunch of time to kind of go through and show a bunch of different examples. But you want to look at the artists that you really look up to, and figure out what it is that you like about that, why it is that they always have a job, why it is that everybody follows their artwork, and then essentially make yours better than theirs. The dragon is my own, and you're really I super don't appreciate your comments, Pasta. There we go. There we go. Hopefully that got rid of that. Sorry for anybody who was not enjoying that. Okay. So what you're saying is that if we want a job, we've got to stop you teaching people. Yeah. If I want a job, I've got to stop teaching people. No. Yeah. No, it's funny. About to model an airsoft gun, not functional. What program would I prefer for free? I mean, you could use something like Blender. You could use something like Maya. If you have like the student version, you can get a student version of Maya or whatnot. ZBrush. I'm pretty sure ZBrush Core Mini has some ZModeler functionality. So if you wanted to, you could use ZBrush Core Mini. ZBrush Core Mini. So yeah, something kind of interesting. Oh my goodness. Let's finish putting up these claws. Put that claws going right into that ice cream, and then we'll transfer it back over. Okay, let's grab this. Kind of move it out and then rotate it in. not getting quite the the mobility that I was hoping for. In fact, let's kind of pull this out over this way. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, smooth that. That music took a weird turn. Okay, so that's cool. Now we just have this last little finger over here on the right. This little finger on the right. Yeah, it's one of the podcasts I was listening to the other day. Totally on point, by the way. This industry is small, and if you're a jerk, you're your reputation will precede you. Don't be a jerk. Do I ever use Substance Painter? Yes. In fact, actually, I do talk about that some in the course. I don't have a ton, like I don't go super into depth in texturing with this round of, with this particular course, but I do have my, full poly painting, process in there as part of it. I do have my full, I think I talk about the multi-map exporter, things like that. Yeah, all sorts of things, just everything. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Okay, cool. Okay, I want. Okay, let's go ahead and let's shoot this back. T-pose to sub T. We should see some changes here in our claws. Awesome. Epic. Okay, let's go ahead and save it before we lose it. Oh my goodness, that music, so weird. Yeah, so it is working with UDIMs. So it's not working with just regular UVs. It's working with UDIMs. So I'm not trying to cram the whole character into the 0 to 1 square in the UV set. And in fact, it inside of ZBrush, it will remember the UDIMs, but it will not respect UDIMs when you try to apply a texture. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Your reputation as a jerk. Dang it. No, you're not a jerk, Mike. Come on. How about them UDIMs multiple texture set painting by the added? Yeah. So yeah, I did go through and I will be talking about UDIMs and things like that. My computer actually struggles quite a bit with using Substance Painter, which is a huge pain in the butt. A UDIM, so with UVs, right, you've got that 0 to 1 square in your UV window. UDIMs, you have an infinite number of those tiles that you can go through and use. So you're not limited to just one single square. You're kind of free to use, hundreds of UV squares for a single asset. So for that character, for the mermaid, she actually has 17 UDIMs, 17 UV squares for the whole character. And so I'm able to use those UDIMs and use a single material with a bunch of different maps applied to that single material for the whole thing. So it's really kind of cool. It's a really neat way to work. I'm trying to remember. Yes, I don't think we worked with UDIMs at Warner Brothers Games, because at that time Substance Painter hadn't yet come out with its ability to handle UDIMs. And so, the first time I really worked with UDIMs was at DreamWorks, was with How to Train Your Dragon. Because there we went through and we mapped everything out to the different UDIMs, from 1 to 10, going left to right, and then, upward. So super cool. UVs are, they're their own thing. They're their own thing. They are definitely their own beast. Okay, so starting to pull this together. Now, one of the things that I'll do is turn on transparent. So we got to really kind of play with this shape. I want it to be interesting. I want it to feel like maybe not quite like super detailed, runny ice cream sort of look, but I definitely want it to feel like it's runny. Yeah, let's go ahead and invert that. Control W to be able to make it so that it's its own polygroup. I'm just going to kind of scale it down some, so that way it's still has volume, but it doesn't have so much volume that it's kind of making me nuts, right? I love How to Train Your Dragon so much. Yeah, me too. I wonder if the gaming industry will start utilizing UDIMs. Yes, they definitely already do it. Like anything from God of War. I don't know how many UDIMs they would have used in those sorts of things, but yeah, they definitely use UDIMs now. I'd either use ZBrush Core Mini for a bit and then do, let me see, for a bit and then do the trial for the full ZBrush for 30 days or learn Blender. Although if you're going to do hard surface work in Blender, you're probably going to want the hard ops and box cutter extensions. That cost 37 USD. Happy Mountains. Sorry, I must have missed your question. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're getting a better response there from Ghosted Christmas Future. It's kind of funny. I don't know if I can't see your username there. Like I have to highlight it in order to see it. Kind of a pain, but whatever. Sometimes I think there should be some magical thing makes UVs done in seconds. There kind of is. And in fact, even Substance Painter has gone through and developed like an auto UV system. It just doesn't always work very nicely, you know. Okay. Control, click, and drag to duplicate that out. And let's bring this over in here. Just to make sure it's its own polygroup so we know it's not merging together. And then from here what we can do, in fact, let's go through and make sure that that's masked so we can just use our, oops, I actually didn't want to turn that on, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. It doesn't matter. Oh, not ghost, transparent. Okay. Okay, so that's something that I'll have to go through and kind of fix once I add in more resolution. One of the things I want to do, let's go ahead, let's use the IMM primitives. I'll grab my little brush right here. Okay. So yeah, just trying to make it feel like there is some level of drip to this, kind of making it feel like there's a pattern. Kind of pull these smaller drips down in so that it's not so they don't feel like they're quite the same size as the other ones. Okay, so far this is so much fun. Yeah, we want magical UVs. Yeah, absolutely. You only learn Katia in school, but all this round things and grooves, I can't see any progress. That's hard. Well, technically, it's the ghost of Christmas yet to come, and yeah, technically that means the future, but, you know, whatever. I really appreciate you being open about the industry and not really having any secrets to the methods they use. Learned a lot from the stream already. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things is that, like, really, I mean, the methods, those are not proprietary. That's not something that people shouldn't be talking about. It's something that people should be talking about. The things that people should not be talking about are, you know, project specific details. So while I was working on How to Train Your Dragon, I was not allowed to talk about story. I was not allowed to talk about etc. Right? But now I could talk about it all day long. Yeah. Play with this design a little bit. It's a little too even. You see how it's like a bop 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 sort of thing. So I'm going to try to like play with the spacing on these things a little bit. Make it feel a little bit more appealing. Let's get rid of this little guy in here. Kind of pull this down some. Something like that feels kind of cool. Again, I'm trying to vary up like how things are in relation to each other. Yeah, so over here we're getting kind of like this like thick and thin sort of thing, you know, like this long blobby one. I got this small dinky one. You know what? Yep, I gotta reload my spotlight. And then I gotta go back and brush samples, spotlight projection, just so that I can have my reference there. Okay, I kind of play with this some. What do you think the lady's saying that's singing, I'm scared, I'm scared? That's what it sounds like to me. I'm scared, I'm scared. So it's like it's the middle of the night and something spooky, something supernatural is going on, and she's calling Sam and Dean Winchester, and oh man, I gotta have some tacos sometime. I know in some studios you have to work off of servers to keep the projects internally secure. Yeah. I wonder how they do that with the distance work and the COVID situation right now. I'm not really sure. I'll have to ask, because that's kind of interesting. I know that I've when I was working with Disney, there were some things that I had to be able to take home. Just because of time, or when they sent me out to Florida to be able to teach, I had to be able to take some work with me. But at the same time, it seems like with Disney there was like this special little program you had to install, so that in case you were to like leak proprietary information, IP sort of stuff, they could go through and wipe your machine, or at least be able to trace it back to you. I am a Supernatural fan. They just ended it. It was really kind of a well, it was a good American European type ending. It was kind of like a mix between like, oh, well, they all died, so that's very very European of them to do, but then they all died and we're happy. So it was like we got our happy resolution in heaven. Sorry, spoiler alert. I should have said that. I should not have said that. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun. Someone's dropping names. Somebody's always dropping names. I worked hard to get there. I deserve to drop that name. And I'm talking about experiences, so, it's pertinent. I'm not dropping the name just for dropping the name's sake. Let's kind of buff that up a little bit. Give it just a little bit more reach. I gotta go to H-Mart today. Gotta get some stuff for a special day happening next week. Got my 10-year anniversary next week. Super excited. Okay. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's kind of fill that in just a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to say, you haven't watched it yet? I thought your girlfriend was like super into Supernatural. It's on Netflix. It's on Netflix, so you can totally go and watch it now. I usually have it on while I'm like, if I'm working on something that I'm not recording, or if I'm working on something and just trying to chill, or if I'm doing the dishes, or things like that. trying to work on getting these frosting bits to feel more like they have gravity working against them, you know? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Hopefully your girlfriend's not watching the stream. And hopefully I didn't ruin it for you too bad. Yeah, I wanted to watch it with my wife, but she's not really into that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was just kind of my thing. Like Star Wars, I watch Star Wars by myself because my wife isn't into fantasy or sci-fi or anything of that nature. Or superheroes or cool. Okay, I'm actually going to take this ice cream. I'm going to Control-Shift-D. And I'm going to use this one to sculpt. Okay, I just added another layer just as a base subdivision level there. You know? You told me that your girlfriend likes Supernatural. I pay attention. You know, there are a few people that I can remember things about. You're one of those people, so it's okay. Don't worry, I'm not like creeping on you or anything. Quentin! In fact, let's not do it like this. I'm going to actually go in and let's say, okay, all these, let's make sure that they're all different polygroups. Auto groups. Dynamesh. Let's add one more subdivision level. Let's turn on groups. Dynamesh. Okay, it's not high enough resolution, so let's go up to 256. Turn on groups. No. Okay, that should be good enough for now. It's funny. I look over at the chat and I see Quentin's happy birthday, happy early birthday, and I was like, oh, wait, what? How did I miss that? It's like, did I know this? Let's see, Snake Cook. Let's kind of pull this down. Pull this down. Pull this down. Pull this down. And we'll make some kind of drip off onto his onto the back here. Okay, so that's good for basic forms. Let's go through, let's kind of puff this out so it feels a little rounder, a little bit friendlier. Something like that. We'll have to play with some of the shapes here in a minute too, but let's see, let's get inflate again. Oh man, sometimes I just really kind of feel super sick of the pandemic. Just gonna try to cut in kind of this groove where the tongue is. Gotta help it to feel more like it's affecting the ice cream around it. And I know, like, I mean, it's a little statue. It's not supposed to be anything super hyper realistic or anything, but whatever. Still try to think about those sorts of things. This is so funny to me. Still voting for the scared ice cream face. Okay, a scared ice cream face. I think we could probably manage that. But yeah. Let me see. Haven't seen your brother in 3 years. Man. Well, what happened about the 2 years before the pandemic? Just kidding, dude. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, and I just... It's just hard. Here we go. So this is kind of like what I was talking about, just kind of going in and filling in that area. Kind of fill in underneath the toe right there. In fact, I think what I might do is grab this. Let's kind of pull this over. Oh shoot. Haha. Okay, let's turn on transparent. Okay. Let's kind of invert it and make sure it's its own polygroup, because how we do. Turn off transparent. Go ahead and grab this, kind of pull it over. Yeah, lots of fun. Lots of fun. Okay. So now we're starting to get more of that that story, that idea of story. Okay. And let's see. I'm going to add a drop right there. It's going to be attached, but it's going to be a drop. Let's kind of pull it down just a little bit further. And that should still print just fine. Trying to add some extra detail around here, detail that's not going to necessarily go away, you know. Because this will hold a nice crisp edge since it's got the Dynamesh on it with the groups applied and everything. So that's nice. Okay, something like that. Ooh, a cherry. That sounds kind of fun. I'm not sure if that makes sense though with I don't know, have you ever seen like an ice cream cone with a cherry on top? Can't think of that. But I mean, we could put like peanuts on or something. That could be kind of funny. Oh, maybe I'll cover the base in peanuts. I don't know. Let's try this. I've got, oh, let's come over here. Let's say brush. We'll say load brush. We'll go into here. In fact, let's save this before I don't. Yeah, sprinkles is something that I will definitely be adding into to things like along the top of the dragon. In fact, let me go ahead and do that. Let me add in the sprinkles. We'll say load brush. Let's go over to the Candyland. I'm pretty sure it was this gumdrops. Cause you see, I've got like this. I've got this sprinkle, which is like a sugar sprinkle, and then I've got this gumdrop, and I've got this sprinkle. So essentially what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this brush, I'm going to say, and this is one that I made on stream like a couple of years back when I started working on this, the Candyland scene in the first place. Let's say create nanomesh brush. Okay, so now we've got this. I'm going to go ahead and say with the sprinkle, I'm going to say all polys. Drag that out. Okay, now obviously that looks terrible right now. I mean, it almost looks kind of like he might be Gucci. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over in here, and this is where we get to kind of play with the way that it looks. So, I mean, the first thing I want to do is I want to hit random distribution. And I want to make sure that these things are big enough to see. Okay, so we're going to make sure that this is maybe about something like that. Length, I'm going to change the, oh, not length, let's see, height variation. Get a little bit of variation in there. Make them a lot bigger. And then with some of my rotation, what I want to do is I want to say X rotation. Yeah, bring that so that it's something like that. Okay, so you can see like I'm getting some cool. Let me see. I gotta play with some. Gotta play with some randomization. Okay, I've got too many. Let's go ahead and kind of pull back a little bit. Awesome. Might be not quite enough, so maybe we just have to kind of go through and play with this a little, this number right here, the random distribution a little bit. 0.015. Let's try that. Look at that. So much better. And now he's got those sprinkles, and it looks great. That's so much fun. Okay, now granted, these sprinkles, they're not their own thing yet. I need to, yeah, I'm hungry too. I need to get on to breakfast after this. So what I want to do is I need to come over here. Do I have a couple of ways to do this? One to mesh. You can go through and say one to mesh, which will go through and that'll commit it. Or the other thing you can do is you can come up to geometry, and there's this convert BPR to geo. Either way, you're getting your sprinkles. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to say subtool split hidden. So now here are our sprinkles. Okay, it's a great method, by the way, so make sure that you are very, remember that sort of thing, because it's something that will be helpful to you in the future. I guarantee it. Okay, Okay, just kind of bringing this up, trying to make sure that these sprinkles are fitting in a place, in places that make sense. And I don't want them coming out too far. If they come out too far, then they're not very printable. Since they're all their own polygroup, I know that I can select it and kind of modify it nicely without having to worry about modifying anything else that I don't want to modify. So let's go ahead and grab this. In fact, we can use this and we can just use our move brush. Move topological maybe. Sprinkles for the win. Yeah, sprinkles. Yeah, my kids love sprinkles too, so it's really fun. One of the cool things about the sprinkles is that going through and auto grouping them, it makes it so that I can get the sprinkles to be colored, and that's pretty spanking cool, pretty spanking. It goes together, it's just kind of weird. And once the autosave is done, yeah. This song's really kind of funny. Is there a limit to the amount of polygroups you can have on a model? Yeah, I think it tops out at like 1,000. Oh, no way! You were saving! How? Good grief. Good grief. Oh. Looks like my mom just got her associates. Cool. Way to go, mama. That's my mama. I love my mama. There we go. Finally. Maybe that'll clear out some caches. Mama Anderson says thank you. There we go. There's our recover tool. That's what we want. We get to keep our sprinkles. Oh no, that's not what I want. Move topological, por favor. Okay, let's go ahead and take this, move this down a little bit. This guy right here, let's move this like for real though. Yeah. Yeah, Mama's pretty great. She kind of took a break from like everything to just be a mom, and I think that's, I don't know, like I was lucky to have the mom that I had, I guess have been lucky to to have had the mom that I have, 'cause she ain't gone. She's just in Texas. I'm just gonna kind of pull through some of these sprinkles from the underside, because that'll help so that I can yeah, it'll just help. Bring that down, bring that down, bring this down. All right. she was, mom was always there in the home. She was always available to help us if we needed anything. It was great. My wife has done much the same for our kids as well, and it's tremendous. It's a huge thing. I know that as a son, I've always appreciated that from my mother, and as a husband, I appreciate it from my wife. I'm sure my kids will appreciate it too. You've been considering moving to Texas, huh? Not sure where. I hear Austin is really cool. I've never actually been to Austin. My parents are in the Dallas area. Go Cowboys. My grandma's there. Yeah, it's I kind of like the Dallas area, but I kind of don't too. I don't know. Texas isn't really one of those places that I can super see myself living. I'm sure that if the right opportunity, or if our if our family plans were to go one way or another, and plant us there, whatever, right? But kind of hard for me, because it's like I was born there. I lived there for first 6 years of my life, so that's 20% of my life right there. Kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, it's not really somewhere that I have like a tremendous amount of patriotism toward, or love, or whatever. It's just that, my grandma lives there, my parents lived there, I have a sister there. Other than that, Texas doesn't really matter a whole lot. In relation to the rest of my life. The industry I work in, that's here in Los Angeles for the most part. Granted, there is still animation studios, animation, etc. Elsewhere, including some game studios that are in Dallas area or surrounding areas. Houston. Houston's not really surrounding, but it's whatever. But yeah, there are opportunities down there in the Dallas and area down there. Canada is kind of on the rise for pretty much everything, though. Animation, everything. How you doing, Cena? Yeah, definitely visit before you. And if you have any family or friends or whatever that have more experience with Texas, you might try asking Ana Carolina. She just moved to Florida from Houston, so she's worth talking to. I don't remember if she had a good experience or not moving out of Texas. It seemed like her landlord was a little bit abusive on their way out. Can't remember for sure. So you got to be, make sure you're really considering, being careful and things like that. That sounds really good. Like barbacoa beef on like King's Hawaiian rolls, or even barbacoa pork. You know, like I don't know. Just like I'm craving like all the meats. Pull that out. Just got to make sure that the sprinkles are not being totally lost. Yeah, there we go. That other one on the inside. Some of these I think we might just leave the rest of them. Let's go ahead and check it, see how it looks. It looks good. Cool. Yeah, he looks sprinkled. Oh, here, let's grab this one and just kind of pull it back onto the frosting more. And then this one is not on the frosting much. That was a fun little trilly end there. Cool. All right. Sweet. Yeah. Let me see. Don't do this to me. Yeah, it's hard. Doug, how you doing? Did you apply these using nano? Yeah, I did use nanomesh, and then I'm just tweaking them. Yeah, exactly. It's totally fine. Yeah, any questions you got? In fact, I think I may need to go through and reload my spotlight. Let's go into props, Jade Dragon spotlight, brush, samples, spotlight projection. Let me see. You know something about the animation industry in Australia? Not much. I know that there are a bunch of places, specifically in like Melbourne. I think there are a few places outside of Sydney too. Melbourne seems to be like the place that I hear most about with the animation industry in Australia. It seems like there are a few animation schools out that way too. Yeah, kind of interesting, kind of fun. Okay, I've got an idea. Control W, we'll say geometry, crease, PG, just to be able to crease just that bottom part. Always yes, please. Okay. We need to add in a couple of subdivision levels here, or subdivisions, not just, yeah, anyway. Something like that, something like that. Let's get rid of this. That way we can make it so that they're kind of square, you know, going around. Oh, let's get rid of the creasing though. Uncrease all. Control W. Crease PG. Okay. I still need to go through and add some ice cream spillage over here to the back foot. I need to fill in this area underneath his other talons, and this did not hold enough volume, so I'm just gonna kind of space this out just a little bit more. Oh, I don't want to insert multiple. Let's go insert single. Just to make sure that these are kind of square. Algo así. That's better. Okay, because yeah, I want to make sure that it's supporting the ice cream drop shapes. I need to make sure that it's supporting the foot. The foot's not quite on there. Let's kind of fix that a little bit. That's better. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I am planning on printing this, so that's kind of why I'm trying to go through and be aware of like overhangs and things like that, thin geometry. Like I went through and I took the tongue and I just wrapped it around that bit of ice cream. I took the claws and made it so that they're kind of connected with that. Ooh, having the stand as an ice cream waffle. That's interesting. That's interesting. I have to have it molded in chocolate. That'd be awesome. Maybe I'll have to see if I can get somebody to CNC mill it in chocolate, because that'd be a lot easier. It's like making a mold for this. Holy crap. That would be a trip. That'd be so much work. I'd be like, yeah, trying to like sell large versions of it or whatever. I would definitely eat all of it. That's very, very true. Oh man, I'm having so much fun with this. Okay, let's see. I gotta save this. Jade Dragon 3. Please replace it. And I can't wait to take this over into Maya to do some like some look development, I guess, you know? Here, I'm going to do something like, maybe not quite that much, but let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, that feels a bit better. I just wanted to make sure that this is kind of making contact. So I'm going to come over here. Make sure these are more square, and then we'll go ahead and we'll say insert single edge loop. I might have to go through and yeah, let's make room for 3. One, 2, 3. Here's the third on this side. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Pull that over, because that's about right spacing wise for that. Let's get rid of that. Take this, center it. Space it out just a little bit. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. That's better. Just want to make sure it's supporting that back foot better. Just going to bring that foot down some more. Yeah, so excited. So excited with how this is turning out. It's a simple little thing. Yep, donut dragon. Donut dragon. Yeah, you're right. Making it kind of like a waffle would be a lot easier with like QMesh or that sort of thing. I'm still kind of debating on that one though. I think I more want to keep this kind of more solid. Maybe use like some sort of pattern on it. I'll have to think about that. I might not be able to actually get to that in this stream. I mean, I've already kind of gone over my time quite a bit. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, let's kind of pull this over in here like this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And one of the things I'll do is I'll kind of like pull this up into that crevice just a little bit. That way it feels kind of like it's got that that water surface tensions or liquid surface tension sort of effect going on there. Now there are a couple of things like these ones back here. I don't think I'm going to be able to really get a whole lot back there to make that so that it's supported. But one of the things I can do is I can take this and kind of, you know, bring the toe to the talon. It's not really quite working the way that I was hoping it would. But I do need to do something to make sure that that's supported. So I think that's probably going to be the solution that I stick with. I'm just gonna try to like smooth this out a little bit, maybe have it come up so that it meets the talon some. Okay, and now when I go ahead and Dynamesh that, that's all gonna be one piece. Woohoo! Cool. Okay, so now I believe all of the talons, all of our thin pieces are kind of taken care of. I'll call that good for now. Have the goo running out of the cone. Yeah, I could do that. Let's kind of like sculpt it up into here. That way it's all connected in the great circle of ice cream. transparent. We'll just kind of sculpt that up a little bit. I'm glad you said something, because I was going to do it, and then I was like, nah, I don't want to put the ice cream up into the cone, and then I was like, maybe I should. And then you're like, do it, and I was like, okay, I'm doing it. Okay, let me go ahead, let's grab some of this. Okay, cool. What should I do? In fact, I might need to take this and kind of tilt it the other direction or something. Let's see. Cool. All right. And there's a lot of stuff that we can do to this more, but I'm going to call that done. It's funny, I didn't expect this to like take quite this long, but I'm glad that I at least did it. You like Sculptress Pro? Yeah, Sculptress Pro is really cool. And like you said, in 2021.5, it's really nice because you can go through and you can have part of your mesh hidden and use Sculptress Pro, which is something you couldn't have done before. Let's go ahead and turn on perspective. Make it feel like something that we're actually in the same world as and looking at. Oh, that's something I wanted to do. So the legs feel uber skinny. So one of the things I wanted to do is just kind of beef them up some. And this should hopefully help it to feel a little bit more toy-like and statue-like instead of feeling like a creature that is in a pose. By going through and making the proportions feel solid enough to be printed. So we got that one. Let's go ahead and grab this leg, kind of strengthen that shape some. Strengthen that shape some. Let's kind of bring that. I'm just trying to like true up some of these shapes, trying to fix some of these forms. Some of them are being a little bit too, like they got a little bit out of control. So I'm just trying to bring the control back, make sure that this is something that looks good from different angles. Something that feels like it's going to be solid when it's printed, that sort of thing. And golly, I might go ahead and send it to print maybe sometime later today. I don't know, I'll have to see. And this is a really lightweight mesh, so that's awesome. Okay, you can see like the whole file is 100,000 points. That's awesome. Okay, Now, it's not going to look good if it's printed like this because it's got all the faceting from the dragon, you know, so we got to go through and smooth it out. But in the very least, I mean, it's very minimal, everything that we have to do to get this ready. It might just be a matter of taking it in and dynameshing it all together, but we'll have to see. That'll be something for a different time, I think. I don't have time to to go through and kind of play with getting this actually print ready at the moment. So it's something that'll have to wait. But like I said, I mean, I'll probably jump onto my own stream after. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, because I have to be able to. I have to be able to really like hone in and get some things done. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what it is that we do. Just gonna thicken that up. Thicken this up. You can see I've got like my topology here controlled so that I can control that that elbow shape, but I'm not controlling it super cleanly right now. I'm more kind of just focused on getting those main shapes in there. There we go. Yeah, I have my own printer. I have a Form 2, which has been nice. It's been nice to have. I had a sculpting competition years ago that allowed me to have the funding I needed to be able to get it, and it was cheaper than sending out to have it made by Shapeways or by, oh my goodness, what's that other company? They're the ones that do all the cool prototyping prints for big companies and things like that. And I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head right now. But yeah. So yeah, and it served me really well since then. I did have my first printer did break down, and then even my second printer had like problems. So I've had to go through and kind of troubleshoot and replace things with Formlabs. But yeah, got it all to work out. Okay, I need this to feel more like ice cream. This doesn't quite feel like ice cream to me. Needs to feel a little bit chunkier. Let's do something like this. Oh, didn't want that smooth. A little bit of a pass on it makes it feel a little bit more like it's got some substance to it. So we'll do the same thing for this this chunk that's underneath him. Something like that. Yeah, ownage. That's the one I was trying to think of, Halamy. Yeah, that's it. ownage. Yeah, they're really super good, but you know, like the quality I get from my printer is not much less than the quality you get from ownage. The difference is that they go through and they clean it up, they make molds, etc., things like that for you. Things that I really kind of don't have the time to do for myself, and that's kind of the trade-off, and that's why people go through and use places like ownage, is because it's, you know, you get your clean product without having to worry too much about having to do things yourself, you know. Turn up my dynamic. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and kind of add dynamic dynamic subdivisions to most of these things. I guess to everything. Okay, so far as this stream goes, I'm gonna call it good. A little more detail on the cone. Yeah, since this is something that's supposed to be just like a little statue, the forms are going to be really quite simple. Yeah, just for the sake of checking out your reference. Yeah, I mean it's cool, but it's one of those things that I don't know that I'll super dive into. I might go in, and one of the things that I kind of like trying to do, I'll put in spray. Let's go to the alpha. Let's put on like the alpha 60. You see it's giving us like a little bit of like just a variation. It's like when you have your dynamic on, it looks kind of cool, kind of ice creamy. So I mean, I thought about doing something like that, but I mean something like this. And granted, you know, you were talking about the cone specifically. The cone specifically, I think I'm just going to leave it as is, because I just need it to be, you know, to read as a cone when you look at it from the right angle. When you look at it from over here, it's just kind of like, you know, what is that? You don't really understand the story until you look at the statue from the other side. But whatever. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it without this funny business on here. Cool. It's a good suggestion, though. It's a good idea. I don't know, and maybe it's something that I decide to go back to later and add in. But yeah, for right now. One thing that I am trying to decide whether or not I want to do is add like a cool tail fan or something like that. But I kind of like it the way it is, so yeah, I don't know. I think I might just leave it. Like you said, endless tweaks, right? Okay, I'm gonna come in here. Oops. Gonna give it just a little bit more believability on that is bending, you know, and that there's like some flesh there or something. But maybe not quite that much. That's better. And then the other toes and things don't really have that sort of thing going into it, so we're not going to worry about that. Yeah. And then let me see. I don't really have like a good material for this inside of ZBrush. Let me see. Reflected plastic. Yeah, something like that. We'll go through, we'll say BPR shadow. Let's take our rays up to, let's say 65. Or let's say 85. Let's say 85 and 100. So a 100 for our angle. And then our resolution, I'm just take that down to 500. 500 or 750, either way. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. With that much of an angle and that much of rays, you're not going to have to worry so much about the resolution of your shadows, because it's going to blur it out enough that you won't really have to worry about it. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take the light. Let's just kind of adjust it off here to the side a little bit more. See that? Looks really nice. So let's see, if we were to take this and make it more of a jade-ish sort of color. Something like that. Ooh, I like that. Let's come over here. We'll say Z plugin, subtool master. We'll say fill color and material, and that'll fill everything with that color and the material. And then yeah, then we can just go ahead and hit BPR again. It should go quicker this time. Looks good. Cool. Yeah, that's really kind of it. It's super fun. I really enjoy this. This is great. Let's go ahead and kind of export this so that we have our Jade Dragon. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and say, put an R in there for reference. Oh, shoot. I hate that. Okay, there we go. And then here, just going to put in the name that we want. There we go. We'll save that. Cool. Sorry about that. We'll take a good render from the side. I'm not doing like, you know, super in-depth renders or anything like that, but you know. Oh, the teeth are not smoothed out. We gotta fix that. Because if that's not smoothed out, then it's gonna look weird. Okay. All right, Control Shift E. We'll go ahead and we will title this 1B or something like that. And then just to be able to show it from the other side, so we get the story. In fact, something I probably ought to do is go through and add like a surface noise to give it like that granite sort of look, so it feels more like jade. Let's play with that real quick, just before I before I get this done. Oh, here, let's say cancel lightbox noise. Okay, let's play with this one. I don't want it to create too much, and it's like it's going from a very specific angle, and I don't like how it's. In fact, I kind of want to change the angle that it's at. Let me see. If I want to change the angle, let's try the Y angle. It's not changing anything for me. Yeah, because that's not getting me the look that I want anyway. So we'll just not worry about it. I'm not going to worry about bothering with it right now. Hey Alex, have a great supper. Yeah, enjoyed having you guys around. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go through and kind of save this out, and then I'm calling it done for today. Control Shift E. Let's hit C. And yeah, there we go. That's what we got. Hey Quentin, thanks for coming, dude. Thanks for coming, Doug. Yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out. It's fun. I have a lot of fun with streaming and just kind of playing around, and especially since I've been able to go through and experiment with this particular sculpt some more and getting it ready for being, a jade dragon for my own scene. It'll be fun. I'll have to go through and maybe I'll post them up on my Instagram later. We'll have to see. Is there a soft deadline you think your course will be done? Oh boy, I'm hoping to have it done to release early next week. That is a soft deadline, so thanks for including that there. But yeah, it's something that just because I'm trying to make absolutely sure that it is fitting all of my standards and making sure that it's good and ready to go. So yeah. Anyway, hope you had fun. Keep your eyes out. Again, anybody who's a member of the Patreon community will have an exclusive discount code offered for like 50% off, and so really looking forward to that. Yeah, hope you guys are great. Hope you guys stay safe and healthy, and yeah, have great holiday fun. And I'll see you guys around.